Hello again, I am Jim Bob, and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team with Brabham and the start of Season 3. We are about to start that new season, pre-season preparation. But before that, just a quick note to let you know that the new patch 1.9 has gone live today. And I will go through the patch notes in more detail a little bit later while we're running through our first practice session. But for now, let us jump straight in and get the new season underway. How you doing, Patkins? How you doing, Wayne? How you doing, Clark? Victor? Army? Good to see you guys. And our new target is 6th. The new livery has already been chosen, which is why we were on the email screen when we started. The new team colours are there, and also we have added ourselves a title sponsor. Welcome to Martini Brabham Racing. So, opening balance is negative 22.7 million. That's based on us having Ferrari engines. As you can see, a big expense is the car development there. Very big expense. We did not have enough incoming funding to cover off all of the expenditures. So we are going to start in debt, which means we are going to have to probably take a lump sum at the beginning of the season from our sponsors, maybe compromise our payouts later throughout the year. But we'll see what we go with. As far as the regulations go, massive changes on the regs. And as you can see, we've done some research to try and cover all of that off. So our chassis is not amazing. We do have a bit of work to do on the chassis. The front wing we've covered off a bit better. As you can see, we've got quite a good amount of downforce gained to cover off those losses. Same with the tyre preservation, pretty decent there. About 75% of the losses mitigated, and very good on the airflow. Again, we've covered off a lot of the losses there. For the rear wing, not quite as good. Maybe 50% of the downforce losses mitigated there. Airflow sensitivity, pretty good, about 2/3. And drag reduction DRS delta actually gained quite a good bit there, which is nice. For the side pods, we have covered off the engine cooling quite nicely. Obviously, there's going to be deficits everywhere, but we've actually done a pretty good job there on the engine cooling itself. Airflow, not so good. And drag reduction also not so good, but the engine cooling, with the fact that we are losing some engines from our supply this year, was a very important factor for me to want to try and keep our engines healthy. The underfloor is also looking pretty good there, as you can see. Quite pleased with the way the underfloor is looking. And then with our tyre preservation, again, really good savings there on tyre wear. Hopefully that will really work in our advantage against the rest of the field. We'll see. Downforce, not too bad. And then the airflow needs a little bit, and the drag reduction needs a fair bit as well. So we've covered off what we can or we've tried to cover off as much as we can with certain key areas, and then the rest is pretty good. Now it's down to see what happens with the rest of the grid. No changes to the financials this year. The cost cap is the same. The prize money will remain the same. And in terms of sporting regulations, as you can see, no changes to the points. They stay the same. The allocation stays the same. No change to testing limits for CFD or wind tunnel. They remain the same, but we are losing a gearbox, an ERS unit, and an engine from the supply this season. So we need to choose our powertrain. And I'm going to go with Mercedes this season. slightly cheaper than the Ferrari, which means we'll gain a little bit of cash back from our starting balance. Less powerful, but much more durable across all the parts there: gearbox, ERS, and engine. So that's definitely tempered my decision there. And you can see at the bottom there, the annual costs, we now have that showing there. This is already built and baked into our starting balance. So the £23 million cost for the Ferrari engines, the upfront cost of that is 5.75, and then monthly payments of 1.73 over 10 months. That is already baked in, the 5.75 to that starting balance figure. So by going here, we are gaining back 0.25 mil, it's not a lot, and we are slightly reducing our monthly payment costs going forward as well. So you will see a reduction overall, very small one, but you'll see our starting balance will look a little bit healthier. And there we go, we've taken $1 million off our starting balance deficit there. Daniel Ricciardo, it looks like he has gone to McLaren. We obviously have got Oscar in. So let's start with the emails first of all. This is what our pit crew looks like. So their stats have reset down a bit, quite a bit. We have our ATR allocations there. Speaking of ATR, we have a new ATR starting today. Don't have any money yet, so we are going to have to deal with that first. Car development is ready to start designing and manufacturing parts, so we'll have a look at that in a second. And this is where our car stands. Everything is down, which was to be expected given the size of the regulation changes, but nothing looks down too bad. I'm kind of curious to see how we will shake out against the competition. Trying to avoid giving you too much of a sneak peek of the new car. Let's go into the way. Well, yeah, there is the new car. Can't really not let you see it yet. But there it is. There is our new Martini branded logos and livery. The sponsors that are on there at the moment are placeholder sponsors. Obviously, we're about to do our sponsor picking, so those will change. But the Martini badges are where I want them to be. And I've reworked the positioning of the sponsors a little bit. So we now have 2 sponsors on the side of the rear wing rather than just one. I've moved one of the engine sponsors back a little bit. Let's take a look at where our car sits. Wow, pretty good. Look at that. We are 7th in speed, 11th in acceleration, 3rd in DRS, 1st in the low speed now, of course, 7th and 5th in medium and high speed. We have the best dirty air tolerance and the best tyre wear. Engine cooling is pretty damn good as well. Let's start with the teams that are at the bottom. So we'll start with who came last? It was Alpine came last year, wasn't it? So let's take a look at Alpine. Their car, not great. They have improved their downforce. Their tyre wear is looking pretty good, but not much in the way of speed or acceleration. Williams and Haas were pretty good. Who was next? I'm trying to remember who was next. I think it was Haas. And Haas do have a pretty good accelerating car there. Speed is average, a little bit worse than ours, but not too bad. We have much better downforce than them, and their tyre wear is the worst on the grid. So let's just see what the actual values look like. Wow, look at that. We are 22% ahead of them in tyre preservation. That is a big number. The DRS deficit as well is quite significant. Yeah, we've definitely made some gains over the field in certain areas, haven't we? Let's have a look at Williams. Williams finished in 9th. And it's going to be a rough season for Max Verstappen. Look at that car. Oh, boy, that's a bad car. They're a kilometre an hour slower than we are. Their acceleration's bad. Their DRS is bad. The downforce is low, but not horrendously low compared to our low speed. In terms of the actual value, obviously there's a lot of difference in the ranking, but it looks like the downforce values are going to be relatively close, at least in certain areas. That's not much of a gap from 2.52 to 2.45. In the grand scheme of things, from first to 21st, from best to worst. It could have been a lot bigger. So that's interesting. Our tyre wear, look at that, nearly 20% better. Our engine cooling's 10% better. Yeah, Max is going to struggle this year. How you doing, Farah? How you doing, Dino? How you doing, Anthony? Good to see you guys. And Adrian as well. Welcome, Adrian. So now that we've had a look at the bottom of the grid, let's take a look at the top of the grid. Let's see the champions, Ferrari. Pretty average sort of values there. I mean, well, better than average, but 9th, 7th, and 7th in speed. 7th, 5th, and 9th in cornering. 11th in dirty air. That's slap bang in the middle. They've got good tyre wear. Not great engine cooling, but they do have... I know the car weight's the same as ours, so how much are they down by in speed? Very little. Very little. Downforce... yeah, that's not bad. Their dirty air tolerance is down by 7%. Tyre wear is down by 8%. Engine cooling down by 8.5%. Hey, if they're third, we've got first and second. So they're the next best tyre wear on the grid. And we are 8% over 8% ahead of them. Our tyre wear is going to be amazing compared to our rivals. Let's take a look at McLaren. McLaren were second in the constructors. They are a little bit quicker than us, very, very close. They are much worse than us in acceleration. They do have a better DRS. And that's by a little under 2%. They've got very strong downforce. Third in the low speed behind us, but they are the best in medium and high speed. And then they're just behind us in the dirty air tolerance. 4% behind us in dirty air. We do have much better tyre wear. 14% better tyre wear. Engine cooling's at 2%. So we do have some interesting little advantages in our favour here. Red Bull have the quickest car, 320.35, so only 0.6 kilometers slower than them. They do have a mighty acceleration compared to us, but we have better DRS. Pretty close in the downforce. Their tyre wear is 13.5% worse than ours. Engine cooling down by 3.5%. So we definitely have some advantages there. And yes, we do have a new paint job, which you'll get to see in a bit more detail in just a moment. But yeah, I'm liking the look of that. That means we have a really good chance of fighting for more than just points this year. Let's go to our sponsor negotiations. We need at least 22 mil, ideally more than that. So we're going to go with the Vansana group. That'll give us a lump sum of 25.8 up front, which will give us enough money to at least get a part started. Let's see who else we have. So that one goes up to 58, so that's the next highest. That's also going to give us a big improvement to our race day income, something I want to focus on a bit more this year if I can. Let's go with MOX, or MMOX. What else is going to give us a good payout? That's 66.9, 0.6, 0.5, 67's down here. That would give us a little bit of extra upfront cash, but it's only an extra 700k. So I'm not going to bother with that one. I'm going to go, and also MMOX is a fuel. I don't really want to have two fuel on there. We'll go with the Vulture. This will give us a drinks cameo to go along with the staff aero advert. So we'll get some compulsory mandatory objectives added into our package for that bonus cash as the season progresses. Let's see. Henrik is always a good option. Let's go with Aptrid for our engagement. Get an extra 6 mil on engagement. Going to go with Henrik for the same reason, and also to boost our staff development rate. And then we have one slot left, so we could go with Abeos for 89.5. We can go to 90.8 with Eurowire exchange. That would also give us another mandatory activity, and would give us another 5.5 mil up front as well, which would be nice. We could go with Lumura, 100,000 less, and we could go with our core. That would give us a little bit extra across the board, actually, by the look of it. Let me just select this one for now, and then let's do that, see what the difference would be. So it's an extra 1.7 mil on race day, an extra 800k on engagement, but it's down a bit. It's down nearly 2 mil, 1.7 million up front. I mean, I wouldn't mind that, but I don't really want to run two fuel companies at the same time. We'll go with Eurowire Exchange. It's a new sponsor we've not had before as well, and it's a 2-star as well, so that's always good. So we've got 3 2-stars, a 1-star, and our main title sponsor is a 3-star. Quite nice. We'll confirm those as our sponsors, and we have a preference on VIP activities. So here we go. This is the new driver suit. It's the same suit, just with new colours, and there is the new livery. Got to put the sponsors on it first, so let's go ahead and do that. Oh, one other thing, you can now rebrand your team, which is why we're now Martini Brabham as opposed to just Brabham Racing. I love the fact that they've added that in. I didn't even realise that they were going to do that, so that one snuck in quite nicely. I noticed that earlier, and had to quickly double check it, because when I saw it, it was like, have they really done that? That's awesome. One thing I do need to change with the colours is that there. Push that up to 80 and that up to 100. Get the right red. There we go. Bang. That's my changes. And now let's get our sponsors on the car. So our main sponsor is the Bansana Group. I'll find them. There they are. Let's see if we can add in maybe an additional wing sponsor. Have I got any wing sponsor slots left? So I'm using the Martini logo on there. Let's reset that and set Bansana on this one. There we go. We'll increase the size of it a bit. They've actually taken a slot off Dino from here. They've repositioned it. There was an extra one that was, I think, in between these two, or maybe in between these two, which was actually the side of the driver survivor cell, and they have been moved over to the next tab now. So they've been moved over to this tab. So there, they initially didn't have a little graphic at the bottom to show you where they were, and they were on the front wing category, but they've now shipped those over here with this update. So that makes sense as well, putting them in the right spot and showing you where on the car they're going to be. So if we put Bansana in there, we need to take Bansana off here and put a different sponsor in. Let's move them back up there. And who else could we go with for the front wing? Let's go with Eurowire Exchange, I think. Where is Eurowire? Oh, there they are. Go like that. I'm just going to shrink the Bansana down a little bit, just so it doesn't distract quite so much. Drop that down to about 150. Bansana is going to be going on the rear wing because they're the title sponsor. But yeah, I get the point of what you're saying. It works depending on which logo, which sponsor you're using. There's quite a few you can do that with. So Henrik, we do still have Henrik on the car, but I don't know if I want them to be positioned just there yet. Let's start. I'll probably go with MMOX there actually. So we'll change MMOX to go in that box there, and we'll go with our Martini red, put them nice and big there, or I could put the Martini logo there. No, I know what I'll do. We'll go with them there, and then we'll move this one down, put that in the box there as well. Thought I'd save these changes that I'd made to the livery, but apparently I didn't. And let's put the Martini logo here. There, like that. So we've got it on the front of the car. There. Back to the nose. Let's see. So let me just pull up the screenshot as a refresher. I need Vulture. But we have Vulture. Okay. In that case, MMOX. We'll move that down. That's the wrong MMOX. We'll move this one out of the box to there. then we'll put Vulture just here. So we'll change that. We'll go with the Martini Reds. We'll move that down. There we go. Vulture is in that little box panel there. Yeah, I've used the Vulture logo on previous cars. It's on my Ford team at the moment, Vulture. Right, so Ferro is not on the car. That needs to be changed. Let's put Henrik there. Okay. MMOX. We've got MMOX in twice. That needs to come out. I need Aptro or Aptrid, sorry. Eurowire, MMOX, Vulture, and Henrik. They're my 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Missing one. No, I'm not. That is right. Okay. The Vulture needs to be repositioned slightly. It looks off-center, even though it's not. But I do need to rework that one. We'll come back to that in a minute. So MMOX at the top, because it's the big one. So this MMOX, we need to change that. Let's let's put the Aptro here, or the Aptrid here, because it is a little bit bigger and thicker, a logo. This one will make Henrik. There we go. And then Roger. We'll make that Eurowire. Right, I need to shrink that one down a lot. Bring that down to about there. Henrik, need to shrink that one down as well so it fits. Bring that one down to about there. Aptrid, we want to move that down to about there and shrink that down a bit. And then MMOX, we want to move this down to about there. Resize to about that. There we go. Now let's redo Vulture. Resize them, or reposition them as well. Shrink that down to about 60. Do that. Yeah, that looks a bit better. And that is the front wing done, I think. Yeah. In fact, I can even put Bansana group on this here. That's Edward Swift. That's Bansana group. We'll go with our red colour. Let's move that up. Shrink that down. Make it nice and small. Got that there on the nose. Okay, so side pods. We've got Martini on the side of the side pod. Big branding there. MMOX we'll put on the side, and we'll actually put that in its own colour, I think. And then this one will change to Henrik, I think, maybe. Put that one in red. There we go. That needs to change. We'll go with Euro wire on that one. Move them up a bit, shrink them down as well. Go. That will change to Aptrid. We'll leave them in their base color, their normal color. Push that up to 66%. Henrik, that's on the rear wing, I think. No, it's not. That's the one we've already put on there. Okay. Serpent, there we go. That needs to come off. That is on the rear wing. We want Serpent to change because we don't have Serpent anymore. So let's go with Vulture. Put them in red. We need to resize that. Way too big. And actually, I think I want the M-Mox there. So let's put M-Mox there instead. There we go. And then this one will change to Vulture. No, wait, that's the wrong one. Should be on the rear wing, shouldn't I? There we go. That's what needs to change. The Vulture. Drop that down. Yeah, there we go. Twin sponsors on the back of the rear wing. I like to try and mix things up a little bit each year. I've got Martini on the side of the front wing there, as you can see. Oh, that's the E from Euro. The Euro exchange is too big on the front wing. I have to shrink that down a bit. I'm trying to figure out what it was. Yeah, there we go. A little bit better. And then on the back of the rear wing, we'll make this our title sponsor. Where are they? There we go, Bansana Group. Change. Do I go with red? It's a lot of white dots. The red might make it easier to see. Yeah, we'll go with Bansana Group there. And then we have Martini on the back of the rear wing. Like that. So there we go. That is our 2026 F1 car. And let's add that over the top of what I'd already built. There we go. Now we need to update our livery for our overalls. So let's go edit on here, find the sponsors. We're going to change that to Vulture. We'll have Vulture on that side. Push it up a little bit, center it a bit like that. And then just put the color in so I can see where all of these are. We're going to go with Serpent coming back over this side. Put Serpent about there. Change that to Bansana. Go. And then on the other side, change that to MMOX, our fuel sponsor. Drop them down to about there. And then our core will change our core over to Aptrid. Like that. Onto the sleeves, maybe. Oh, neck first. Put Bansana on the neck as well. There we go. And now we can move on to the back. So let's put Euro wire exchange there. Put them in red so we can actually see them. Move them up. Span them up to 160. And then Serpent. Change Serpent for Henrik. There we go. So that's the back of our suits. On the arms, this is where we'll put the Vulture. I'll shrink it down a bit. It's a bit too big. Take it down to about 70%. There we go. Otherwise, it just looks too big against the one on the front. Let's then go with MMOX underneath. Henrik will leave on there. But we'll change the colour. Aptrid will leave there, but we'll go back to their normal colour. Not going to put anything on the side of the arms, and then for the glove, we're going to change that to Bansana Group, our title sponsor, and we'll make that a little bit bigger. There we go. And that is our race suit. Oop, wrong save. So there you go. There is the 2026 Brabham car and overall set with our new driver lineup. Oscar Piastri replacing Daniel Ricciardo. Now, the eagle-eyed of you may have spotted another driver change that we kind of flitted across and I didn't mention. We're about to see the email in a moment to go through those changes. First, we have to get our pit crew trained again. We are going to work them very hard this month. Try and get a nice good mix of improving our car building, which has always been low, trying to boost or recover some of what they lost with their pit stop drills, and also get their speed back up again. There we go. And we never once go above 18% at any point in that month. That's a lot of training. So reduces the mistake chance down to a little over 10%, gets the speed down by another 500s, improves our car building by about 2.5%. That's a really good month's training there. Liking that indeed. So we have 12 million in the bank. Let's start spending some of that straight away. Let's go into car design. Well, actually, before we do that, let's break down each part individually in the warehouse. See which is good, which is terrible, where we need to focus. Chassis. We need to focus on the chassis. Front wing is the best on the grid, so we don't need to worry about the front wing for a while. Until the AI start knocking out their own front wings. Rear wing, not bad. Very, very good in terms of drag and DRS. Average in terms of downforce, so we could maybe do one of those. Side pods, very, very good in engine cooling, but terrible everywhere else, so we could probably do a side pod. Underfloor is the best underfloor on the grid, so we don't have to worry about that. And suspension is a little better than average everywhere except for tire preservation, which is the best. So the two parts that we're definitely going to do is going to be the chassis, because that is abysmal, and I think probably, yeah, the side pods as well. So let's start with the chassis. Go into car part design. We are going to push the drag reduction. Not too worried about the DRS because we've got a really, really good DRS. Not too worried about the engine cooling because we have very good engine cooling. And we're not going to go to the same extremes as we did last year with the weight saving. We're going to be a little bit more durable, hopefully. We want one engineer. We want to go intense. That's worth 3 mil. Let's get that on there. Let's get a side pod done. We are again going to just push the drag reduction and the airflow a little over the engine cooling. And we'll take a little bit of life off, but not all of it like we have done in the past. I want the car to be a bit more durable this year. Try and reduce the number of spare parts that we have to keep building. So again, go one engineer intense. That leaves me with 6 million, which is enough to get a wing done on intense, or enough to do an underfloor and a suspension. I think because they're expensive, we'll get a wing done while we have the cash. Did you notice the color goes orange now when you start running low on hours, and then goes red when you run out? That's new. Another little quality of life change there. So the rear wing, we have a good DRS and drag reduction, but there's no reason why we can't push those up anyway. Airflow sensitivity, we won't worry about that because it's the best on the grid right now. We'll take just a tiny bit of life out of the wing, but not much. Just that's it. And one engineer on intense, that's 5.4 million, and that is it for our initial car development. I've got 784,000 left. Can I refurb anything that needs a refurb? My race sim needs a refurb, and that is all of my money gone. There we go. The helipad needs a refurb, but we can wait a month before we do that. That won't take very long at all. Let's just double check with the board if they've changed the target for us. It still says 6, but that may change. You know what they're like in this. They have a tendency to change their mind. And now let's take a look at the rest of the grid. So no surprise, Ferrari have kept both Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton obviously under a contract from that new deal when he joined them last season. He has degraded a bit to an 86 overall. So he has gone down a few points. Charles Leclerc, 90 overall, and the reigning and defending world champion. McLaren have re-signed Daniel Ricciardo to partner up with Lando Norris, replacing Oscar Piastri. So I'm glad that Ricciardo's back on the grid, because I did feel, I would have felt bad if he was not on the grid this year. Moving down to Red Bull, Fernando Alonso has left Alpine, has partnered back up with Esteban Ocon again. Ocon has been demoted to the number 2 car, and Fernando Alonso is in the number 1 car at Red Bull. Lance Stroll and Yuki Tsunoda are the driver pairing for RB. Mercedes have kept Pourchaire and Sainz. We have signed Oscar Piastri to replace Daniel Ricciardo, and we've kept George Russell. Liam Lawson and Perez remain at Haas. Hulkenberg and Van Dorn remain at Aston Martin. I am surprised Van Dorn got Max Verstappen and Pierre Gasly. Sauber have kept Enzo Fittipaldi and Valtteri Bottas, and Alpine have signed Logan Sargent. Logan's back on the grid. Interesting. Joe had the worst season of everybody last year. Could he actually finally beat someone this year in his teammate? Who knows? Let's take a look at the F3 roster, see if either of our drivers have moved up or if they're still here. Tommy is now racing for Van Amersfoort with Mary Boyer and Abby Pulling. I'm expecting Christian to have moved up because he won F3 and I don't see him. So let's take a look at the F2 lineups. Where is Christian? Is he not here? He's not. Did I miss him? Let me go back through. Oh yeah, I did miss him. He's at MP Motorsport, look. Next to Tommy. So Christian is still in F3. So both our drivers will be in F3 for the 2026 season. Kimi Antonelli still racing in F2. Interesting. All right. I think all that's left now is to just advance time. It's Pedromo gains a rating point. I know what I forgot to do. I need to train Oscar. So we have this new feature here where we can choose our training. We can go on to driver training or we can go on to car development. So it increases how quickly a car part is developed and improves driver preparation as well. Or we can move them onto marketability. We're going to leave them on driver development there. Does that replace? There we go. So it's now a toggle menu here. So race strategy will work on his smoothness. It's something I would like to work on. His cornering is excellent. What's his braking? 92. So its weakest area is smoothness at 81. Then it's overtaking at 88. And these are obviously his boosted stats. Gives affiliates a bit more purpose. It does, but don't forget, affiliates will only, I think, have a boost to improving car development in terms of the setup preparedness if they actually run in an FP1 session. I might be wrong. We'll have to experiment, but I don't really want to experiment on this file. So I'll probably do some experimenting on one of my other saves where I've got more than just two reserves. Oh, we've got three reserves, haven't we? We've got Jack Doohan. Yeah, I need to figure out what I want to do with my training here. I think we go with that. The boost smoothness and overtaking there is two weakest areas. Defending isn't amazing. Yeah, let's put him on that. Let's put him on race strategy. So we should probably go ahead and look at George as well. George is on race strategy. And I will leave him on that as well. Any changes to these guys? No, they're still the same. Tom is coming in with great affinity. Oh, you've got a young affiliate on car development at the moment. it's 1% at the moment. It accrues. The strength of the boost accrues. It takes about a month, from what I was reading, for it to get to full to get the full benefit. And if you change them, it immediately resets them down to 0. If you change them onto a different focus. Let's have a look at what we've got. So, Jack. I want Jack boosting his stats, I think. Shame I can't do smoothness and braking. Yeah, it really does provide a use for older drivers. So if you've got someone like Stoffel or Giovinazzi as a reserve driver, then it gives you a reason to have them, rather than just because you need to fill a seat like in the old days. That's become less of a need with the ability to have multiple affiliates. But yeah, now there's a reason to keep them around. I don't know if Jack's ever going to make it into the team. I don't want to just kill his training, but at the same time, he's only 22 years old. I don't want to. Yeah, well, he's been training for this year, and then we might, if he still doesn't get in the car next year, we might have to think about something else. Christian is going to continue to develop. He's got a high development race. We want to work on. Let's see. I think we keep him on short run pace. But Tommy is not going to be getting into the team. I just can't see. He's 23 years old and his stats are still terrible. So we're going to put Tommy into marketability. I don't really care about boosting car development there because I want it to take as long as possible to build each part. Because that will boost his because that will boost the team's experience and expertise with every day that goes through. So the longer it takes to design a part, the better the subsequent part will be. Which is why I'm not too worried about boosting the car development. If we get into an arms race, then obviously we can change that and try and get some parts on the car a little bit sooner. But for now, we'll just go like that and boost the marketability of the team a little bit. Speaking of, check out our other facilities. Definitely want to get an upgrade on the memorabilia room this year. It's only 880,000. That's quite cheap. Hospitality, 2.8 mil. And I would like to get an upgrade on the team hub as well. Still need to, at some point, boost all of these facilities as well. They're still really low. So, plenty of money to be spent this year. We've already spent a chunk of it. There's the refurb on our race sim. Lovely stuff. We have no say in that. It's just automatic, so we'll just have to approve the deadline. Look at this. Everyone's attitude is neutral. No one's moaning at me about the car performance. Oh, that's glorious. It's so nice not to have them bitching about something. We got really crap facilities, and their worst reaction to that is just meh. You know, I can live with that. Let's see. Can I afford to build a chassis? I don't think I can. No, I can't. I'm a couple of $100 short at the moment. Just have to wait a week until the end of the month. So how much money will we get this month? I am kind of curious. Very little, because we're paying through the nose salary-wise. There you see our monthly balance incoming. We're getting 4.6 mil a month from the board, 4.5 mil from the prize money, but we're paying out 1.7 nearly for the powertrain. Another 1.3 for the facilities. Our staff are costing us $1 million, and our drivers are costing us, 3.7 every month as well. So, yeah, that's not good. Oh wait, we haven't been paid yet. We haven't been paid. You get paid tomorrow. Okay, but we're only going to make about 1.7 mil a month from incoming monthly payments. That's not a lot. Let's see. Have they improved? We gained another point in accuracy there for Tommy. For Christian. Very good. Jack has not improved. And have our drivers improved? A point in defending for George. It's going to be some tasty fights between him and Oscar this year. Their stats are very evenly balanced. Oscar has a slight edge in most areas, but he's down 8 points in smoothness, 7 points in smoothness, and that could be critical when it comes to race strategy. There we go. Now we've been paid. We've got 3.4 mil in the bank. Okay, that's enough to start building our chassis. That's 4 of those for 2 mil. Can't afford to design any more parts. How long? 2 days for the side pods. Much as I would love to spend some of that 1.2 mil upgrading the memorabilia room, we need to keep that money for the side pods and then potentially for the rear wings as well. So we can at least get those started. Let's get our pit crew training planned in for the month. We should be starting we're starting at 10% fatigue. I wonder if they fixed that. Because we were at 18% at the end of the month on the final day. I wonder if they fixed it so that you don't reset back to 0 fatigue if you're below 25%. They might have done. They might have done. All right. Bearing that in mind, we'll take a slightly different approach to our training. Go forward. We'll go back to how we used to do our training. Where we try and end as close to 0 at the end of the month as we can, rather than just under 25%. Yeah, because we can save 9% a day. So starting each week at the moment, getting back to about 0, which is quite nice. There we go. We'll do 3 days back to back of car building. Really focus in on that this month. Get down to 0 just before the Grand Prix. There we go. Training is done. start building the side pods. These are 450 each. Let's build 2 of those. It'll take 16 days. That's pretty much all of my money. I'll build 2. I need to keep a slot free and some money free. Factory needs... Oh no, it's been increased because of sponsorship funding. So yeah, we're going to need to refurb our factory. That is an expensive refurb. Ugh. Rear wing is done. We can start to build those now. How much cash have we got? 560. That should be able to cover 2 of those. Just. There we go. Staff results for February have not changed. Side pods are done. We're a week away from Sakhir. And I want to see where we end up against the rest of the grid after pre-season testing. Sponsor plan. So, no mandatory activities this month. We're going to make 3 mil a month. It's a little low. But again, we kind of had to sacrifice potential month-to-month earnings and race day payouts for a big lump sum at the start of the year. Was not ideal. So preferences for VIP activities. We'll go with VIP on the factory. What is that? Race weekends. Yeah, that's fine. Race weekends. Let's go with more in the factory as well. Let's do 2 of my engineers on a promotional tour. Do not want to touch the race sim. Let's stick Tommy on some sponsor duties. Or not. I know, wait, what was I looking at? CFD. Okay, yeah. I chose CFD without thinking. So we've got CFD, or we've got head of aero doing an advert. Technical chief going to schools. Oscar, don't want him doing anything yet. Yeah, we'll go back to the CFD. There we go. That's our sponsor plan for the month. So we'll make 3 million. It's not as much as I was hoping we were going to get per month, but it's better than poking the eye with the sharp stick. Let's see how we do at pre-season testing. So we're still best in low speed cornering. We're still best in tyre wear. Slipped slightly in engine cooling. Slipped a little bit in speed and acceleration and DRS. But this is before we put the new parts on the car. Our medium and high speed downforce has slipped quite heavily as well. But again, no parts on the car yet. So that's still a pretty good car. Way better than last year's car in relation to the rest of the grid. Now let's throw the new parts on. Onto George's car. We did chassis, rear wing, and side pod, didn't we? There we go. And let's see what difference those parts have made. Quite big difference. That's got us back to where we were for the most part. Maybe even improved us slightly on a couple of parts. Speed's looking very good. Third quickest on the grid. Best DRS again. Low speed still best. Our medium and high is 6th and 5th as opposed to 7th and 5th. Yeah. Lightest car on the grid now. Definitely a nice improvement there. So let's fit those parts onto Oscar as well. Now that we've seen the difference. Always like to do that when we have big changes to the car performance to see just how much we've been able to improve it with multiple parts. Don't really tend to bother too much with just one part, but all right. 200 grand. It's not enough to do anything. Oh no! Wait! Damn it! I know what I forgot to do. I know what I forgot to do. That's takes 6 days. Yeah, screwed that up. I forgot to refurb it before we got to Bahrain. Bugger. Weather center refurbs 320. Boardroom is now really starting to suffer. Speaking of, have the board changed their mind? No, still want us to finish 6th. That's good. They are disappointed with finances because of January. But there's not a lot we can do about that, unfortunately. So that's it. We are as good as we're going to get. Car is ranked as the best on the grid. Targets could be very high for race targets. They are very high. Oh, I'm asking a lot here. Let's try it. Let's see if we can get the 1-2.
Welcome to Bahrain, ladies and gentlemen. F1 is back. Every team and driver comes here with the same goal, to win. But that's for the end of the season. For now, they have to prepare to fight for F1 glory.
What teams learned in preseason testing will be put into practice now, with all of them hoping they make the right calls with the data they have.
Sit tight then for the rest of the action.
Okay, I'm going to put Jack in the car, but I'm only going to put him in for George. We're not changing the car parts. I am changing the compound to softs for both cars. We're going to have an all Aussie run out at the start. We want 17 laps for Bahrain. Go with a 5, 11, 5, 7, 3, 3.25, 0.25. See how that works for Oscar, and then 17 laps for Jack. We'll go with a 4, an 11, 6-4. And that's, see how that works. One thing we are going to do as well tonight is we are going to make a quick save after qualifying. And we are just going to try and force a pit lane start by making changes to the setup, just to see what a pit lane start looks like. And then we'll go back, reload where we were after qualifying and start where we're supposed to. But I am curious as to what that's going to look like. Because I tried it. It said that in the briefing last week, they said that it would apply to races in real life from this season in the race replays that have had a pit lane start. I tried 2 separate races that had pit lane starts, and it didn't apply to either of them. So I'm not quite sure what went wrong there.
Oscar, radio check.
Yep, radio check.
Loud and clear.
Radio check.
This is my first chance to actually see this car running.
Radio check, copy.
Loud and clear.
And already I'm thinking I might need to change the rear wing sponsor to red, from red to white.
Stay off the curbs.
Copy.
But other than that, I'm liking the look of it. All right, there we go. Just a lap of me staring at my creation. Let's get them sped up a bit. We've got some catching up to do time-wise. Let's take a look at rookies. So O'Ward is in for McLaren, Antonelli's in for Mercedes, Fuji is in for Red Bull, Luke Browning is in for RB, Montoya is in for Sauber. I think that's it. Obviously we're running Doohan.
Feedback on the car.
First bit of feedback, 84%, that's not too bad.
Yeah, AFA.
87% for the first run there for
Copy
Oscar.
that, Oscar.
Yeah, copy.
Input entry.
Something on to switch off.
Alright, what do we need to change? I need to change the camber in the front wing. Let's bring that down to a 3. I think that might need to go the other way, maybe. Let's try that. don't think it's going to be that. I don't think it's definitely not going to be that. Yeah, we'll have a look at that. See how that works. Oh, look at that. Got much closer than I thought we would on this one. Yeah, I think that does need to be there. We will go with that to see how that works. Evening, Harvey. Duran's pace doesn't look too bad, about 0.3 of a second off of Oscar. Oscar's going to be our benchmark driver, I think, this year. I think he's going to be quicker than George, but there will be moments when George should outperform Oscar. Especially on tracks where traction is a bit more limited. I know about the pit lane starts. I haven't tried one myself yet. I tried to do a couple of race replays because they were supposed to have been auto-adjusted for races where a driver did, in reality, start from the pit lane. I tried Baku. Didn't work at Baku. And where was the other one I tried? Austria. I put McLaren in at Austria. And didn't start from the pit lane there when I made manual adjustments.
How's the balance?
Look at that, fantastic. We are at 100% on both cars. I'm really curious to see how good our tyre wear translates in the Grand Prix compared to our rivals who have got much worse tyre wear. On paper, anyway. So George is into the car. We don't have to worry about messing around with the setup. They are both where they need to be. So let's slap 40 laps of fuel in for both cars and just let them run the entire session. Hope we don't break anything. This will also give us a good opportunity to check the pace difference between our two drivers. We'll give them a little bit of space so they don't start getting a toe off the back of each other. Oh, look at that. Very, very close. 500ths of a second on that lap. A little bit of traffic this time round for both of them. They are very close, look. Oscar does have a slight edge. Couple of tenths. But it's not consistently a couple of tenths. There you see Russell fractionally quicker. Little flash of a yellow there. Right, we've actually got some clear track with no toes or defensive driving required. Half a tenth. Couple of hundredths. They are very evenly matched, aren't they? It's good. This is what we want. We want two drivers who are very, very closely matched so that they can work together. We're not going to show favouritism, at least not in the early stages of the season. If one has a clear advantage over the other in the title and needs points, then we will enact team orders. But for the most part, we'll just leave them free to race. We'll only put team orders on where we need to stop them from potentially hitting each other in the early stages of the Grand Prix, maybe, if we're stuck in traffic. But once they're free and clear, they are free to race each other. Always been my philosophy in this game is to let your teammates fight where you can. Oh, a mistake for George, I think. Oh no, it was an Alonso spin that held him up. We finally get to see Alonso in a Red Bull as well. I'm kind of curious as to...
Yeah, what a mistake, eh?
Kind of curious as to how he'll do. Not prime Alonso anymore. It's aging, degrading Alonso.
Okay, so we've taken the flag.
There's your answer. He's quick. We are sandbagging. We're not showing our true pace. still seeing Oscar just fractionally quicker most laps. Not every lap, but most laps. Sometimes by a couple of tenths, sometimes by just a couple of hundreds, sometimes by just a couple of thousands. Occasionally, George will pump in a quicker lap. And there you see just 23 thousandths difference between the two. 48 thousandths on that lap. Be a bit more pronounced this time round for George, as Max made his way past Oscar. I'll be placing the order for the PC tomorrow. So should have that around the end of November, beginning of December. Sargent making a mistake on his return to the F1 grid. Just a little run wide. Nothing too serious. No one's hit anybody yet. No one's put it into the barriers. Alonso had that spin. That's the worst incident we've seen so far. Just 2 minutes left in the session, and then we can finally find out the true pace of our car as we hit qualifying.
Okay, Oscar, that's a checkered flag.
Qualifying is coming up, and the drivers will be ready and raring to go.
Bahrain's track is dusty and abrasive, and even under the floodlights, qualifying is tough on soft tyres. Teams will need to use their tyre allocations wisely.
Now, we've got the Haas driver there. Karun, how are they going to be feeling today?
Looking at the lap times, we saw a real lack of pace from them in practice. They never looked quite comfortable with the setup, and they'll need to try something new for qualifying if they want to get past Q1.
Strap yourselves in. This is Formula One.
Okay, Oscar, so the track will go green now.
We're going to be even further up the pit lane this year as well.
And we want to generate some temperature for this outlet.
Yep.
Try and get a different shot. I want to get a close shot of the car. show off the new livery for the thumbnail. Yeah, I like that shot.
Good gap in front.
Let's go.
Nah. All right, first flying lap. We'll ride on board with Oscar
clear ahead.
Piastri. His first lap in anger. If we're not beating the Aston Martin here, I'm going to be bitterly disappointed and kind of angry as well. Because as I say, on paper, we have the best car across all values. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the best car at this track. We are quicker. George has gone purple. Wow, look at that, 1.7 seconds quicker. George a tenth behind. So where was the difference in pace? Let's have a look.
On the way in. Copy.
So 26.89 and a 26.91. So 0.05 of a second in the first sector. Then Oscar was up by just over a tenth in the middle, and a couple of hundredths, 300ths in the final sector. So it was mainly the middle sector where Oscar was quicker.
So we'll just get that delta negative.
All right, Charles Leclerc is on his first flying lap. Let's see what the world champion can do. There, you can just see it, is the number one on his car. Are we quicker than the champ? We're half a second, well, nearly half a tenth quicker than Norris on average. Leclerc's first effort is second. He splits our two drivers. Ooh, it's going to be a good fight with Ferrari if this is our true pace. Hamilton hasn't left the pits yet, so we've got no comparison against him. We're good enough to sit out the rest of the session. We don't need to go again, but we'll put the tyres on anyway. Here comes Hamilton on his outlap. Let's see what he can do. Can he get up there with us as well? Hamilton at 86 overall at the start of the year. He's 15th. Did he get held up? He must have been held up. Be 2 seconds off the pace. Where's Alonso? Alonso is there. Ocon's just pipped George by 0.006 of a second. Where's Ricciardo? Ricciardo is close to Norris. Lock up for Teo.
Okay, so heading into turn 1 here.
At the start of his flying lap as well. So if Teo's in the drop zone, he's in
they were
real
just
trouble.
unable to do much about it.
If he's in the drop zone, he's going out because he's not going to be able to improve. Where is Porsche? Oh, he's 9th, so he should be safe. Should be safe. So let's see. Leclerc's on an out lap. Norris is on a flying lap. And he's only a thousandth of a second quicker than Ricciardo. So Ricciardo doing a good job there. Leclerc has made a mistake on his out lap, I think.
There's a yellow
No,
flag
it was
now.
Sainz spinning. Leclerc pulled over to let Ricciardo or Norris through. So both Mercedes making a mistake, and that is Sainz out. Sainz will not make it through. Disastrous opening qualifying for Carlos Sainz there. Max is in the drop zone. He's just coming up towards the end of the first sector. Hamilton coming up towards the end of the second sector. Where's Gasly? Gasly still in the first sector as well. As is Fittipaldi and Bottas. Van Dorn has just started his flying lap, I think. Yeah, because Hulkenberg's on an in lap. Hulkenberg is out. Hamilton improves to 12th, but he's not quick. Can Max pull something out of a hat here? No improvement at all. So Max is out in 19th, Sainz out in 20th, Hulkenberg in 21st. Gasly improves to 15th. Gasly is through. It's now down to Van Dorn. Can Van Dorn knock out Gasly? Norris has popped himself up there. Look at the top 6 separated by 0.2 of a second. We're going to have some epic fights this season by the look of it. And Van Dorn can't improve. He's been out-qualified by Logan Sargent. But it's Sargent, Van Dorn, Fittipaldi, Verstappen, Sainz and Hulkenberg eliminated in Q1. Aston, not looking good. All right. Can we do just a single lap run again? Oh, I need to change the colour of the and the name of the Lumiere branding. That needs to come off. We don't have them as a sponsor anymore. Still not sure about that rear wing, whether it should have Bansala in red or white. What do you guys think? Also want to see if it reflects down below onto the lower wing element when it opens up the DRS.
Tyre temperatures look good.
And drive straight out, track will be clear.
You're good to open the lap.
All clear ahead,
No, it doesn't. Good.
good to go.
Ooh, potential traffic for George. Just saw a Sauber and Valtteri popping out as we entered into turn one. Don't think it got in Oscar's way. There he is, sparking up the track. 26.9. 26.8. Wow, nearly 2/10 quicker. Ah, George is getting held up.
Oh my word. What is going on with some drivers today? There you go, I saw that.
We're going to lose a few tenths there. Oscar coming up to the end of the middle sector. There we go, 40.3. George will be slower. But by how much? 40.5. So that puts the ball back in Oscar's court, but only by a little bit. George actually got away with that. Could have lost a lot more time there. 22.7 to cross the line, a 130.0.
Call the car, please. Yep, copy.
And just 6 thousandths between them.
Just
Slightly
delta
quicker at the end
negative,
there
please.
for George. So George would have had pole position had he not, or temporary pole position, provisionally, if he had not been held up there. Wondering where to move the MMOX logo off the stripes as well. Yeah, and let me know what you guys think. We can have a proper look once we get back to HQ after the Grand Prix. But might move the MMOX onto the white off the blue, off the two-tone blue striping. And not sure whether to put Bansana in white on the rear wing. So what Charles Leclerc can do. He's getting a little bit of a toe, but he's slower at the moment. Alonso, very quick for Alonso. And Ocon and Norris as well. I think we're safe. I don't think we need to run again. Hamilton could well be getting eliminated. See if he gets held up here. No, he doesn't. Hamilton goes P3, so he can put a lap together when he needs to. That knocks Pourchaire into the drop zone. Valtteri goes P4. Ooh, wow. What a lap from Valtteri. Ricciardo's through at the moment. Pourchaire on a lap. No, Pourchaire is out. Gasly is out. So Ricciardo gets through. Stroll, Zhou, Perez, Pourchaire, Gasly and Tsunoda are eliminated in Q2. What do I think of the new patch? So far, I'm liking the little tweaks that are in there. Haven't tried a pit lane start yet, but we're going to force a pit lane start at the end of qualifying, only to then go back to where we should be on the grid with a reload. Just so we can see a pit lane start. We will do a lap on those used tyres. You like the pit lane start idea? I've been calling for that for a while, so I'm really pleased that they have gone ahead and put that in.
That's green light.
Okay, 129.3. That's a pretty good lap from Oscar.
Look after the fuel on the inlet.
George, 0.2 slower. And that's on scrub tyres as well. Tyres that are at about 78%. Hamilton's gone up to P3 ahead of Leclerc. So yeah, maybe it was just some scruffy laps from Lewis in the early parts of qualifying. Oh yeah, for the teams that are struggling in their first season or two, it's an absolute no-brainer to do that if you're not there with the setup on a sprint weekend. You know, even on a main race as well, if you still haven't quite got it right. You know, but the big thing for me is, and we've yet to actually put that into practice, is if you break apart and you don't have a spare available, you can now theoretically, because we're not in a situation to actually try it, but instead of having to do emergency manufacturing, you should be able to go to an older spec part instead if you've got one of those available and start from the pit lane instead of spending $2.5 million on a new chassis. So that's what I'm really looking forward to.
Generate some temperature for this outlap.
So Oscar is on provisional pole. Can he make it a little bit safer on these new tyres? And George,
we should do some
get back onto the front row.
Yeah, Roger.
Alonso is way off at the moment. How far off is he? I say way off. He's only half a second off, but look at the gap between all the other cars, and then Alonso's half a second slower than Ricciardo. So yeah, he is a way off. Norris starts his flying lap, as does Alonso, and Alonso might be close enough to get a tow here. We'll keep an eye on Alonso. Still can't get over the fact that Bottas put that Sauber
Good gaps ahead of
in the
everyone.
top 10.
Good to go.
Oh, plenty of cars had Martini on them before Williams did. Brabham did. BT44 was white with Martini branding. The BT45 was red. Sort of maroony red with Martini livery. The BT46, the fan car, also had Martini striping on it as well. Many teams have had Martini over the years at various different points. All right, no improvement for Oscar in the first sector, but George has gone purple. Here comes Norris up to the final turn. Alonso not far behind him. Oscar goes purple in the middle. Alonso improves above Ricciardo by 0.03 of a second. Here comes Oscar. George has gone purple. George could take pole position away from Oscar here. Oscar does not improve in the end. Oh, George goes second in the end by 15 thousandths. Where is Ocon? Oh, we've got a Ferrari about to cross the line. It's Leclerc. What will Leclerc do with Ricciardo right behind him? Leclerc only improves by a couple of thousandths. Ricciardo improves by a tenth or so. Gets in front of Alonso again. Hamilton improves up to third. Here comes Ocon. And Ocon does not improve. Norris has already set his time. He's on an in-lap, and so is Alonso. So there we go. That is the leaderboard for the start of the Grand Prix. We have locked out the front row just from Hamilton and Ocon. Then Norris. Then Valtteri in 6th place. Lawson in 7th. Leclerc in 8th. Ricciardo 9th. And Alonso in 10th.
Here in Sakhir, the floodlights are on, and it's nearly time for 57 laps around the Bahrain International Circuit.
Bahrain has seen some of the most dramatic races in F1, like Sergio Perez's incredible 2020 victory, surging ahead from being last on the opening lap.
Bahrain is known for high tyre degradation, as the asphalt here is so abrasive. The drivers are facing many low to medium speed corners, and any heavy braking will inevitably take its toll on the tyres. The excitement is building, there's electricity in the air, but there's no surprise in that, it's race day.
All right, so this is where we create a save. Because I want to see a pit lane start. So we are going to completely mess up this setting. There we go. I'm not going to make any other changes. Just going to do that. Let's see what happens to Oscar in the pit lane.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks. Here we go with the Bahrain Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Oh, that's cool. We have to wait for the rest of the grid to go through. That's awesome. Right. Back to our save file. Strategy then. Let's start on the mediums. That's your electricity in the air. I thought you were just annoyed at Hamilton qualifying quite well. So we're looking at what, lap 17 and lap 37. 16 and 37. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Do I want any extra fuel? Nope. I'm going to take a lap of fuel out. The Mercedes, quite a thirsty car, so it'll take us a while to gain that lap of fuel back. We are going to go aggressive there, but we're not going to push the fuel or the batteries. Take that 1.9 kilos out of the car. We are off and running.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made as we head into the race. And here's George Russell, focusing on the race ahead of him.
They're in second place on the grid, but that could so easily change in the first few seconds after lights out.
Right, let's get to it then. And this is it, the Bahrain Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
It's a great start from George. But Oscar holds the line and converts pole position. Gets the whole shot for those Americans out there. So we're quick over one lap. Can we sustain quick lap pace all the way through? I want to keep an eye on our tyre wear rate as well. It's not necessarily easy to see straight off because AI always pushes at different rates to us, but I want to see how our tyre wear stacks against the other mediums. Difficult to know how hard they're pushing their tyres. George going to have a look at the end of the lap. Oscar shutting him down.
Keep your head down. So we DRS this lap.
And there's quite a few soft tyres behind us, including Hamilton, who is closing in with that slipstream. George trying to go around the outside this time. Again, gets shut down. Is that a crash behind? It is. Alonso and Stroll, and I think Ricciardo involved in that as well. That's our first crash of the season. Oh. So Norris.
Crash. Let's have a look.
Norris got tagged
Here
slightly.
We go, heading into turn one. Not a lot of wiggle room here.
Oh, there's where the damage to Alonso happened. He got rear-ended by Stroll. Stroll doing Stroll things. Looks like Norris has kind of got away with it. Ricciardo has a broken rear wing, so Ricciardo's race is ruined. Alonso has a destroyed rear wing, so his race is ruined. Stroll has damaged front wing, he can just change that at a pit stop and his race will be fine.
So let's take a look at the replay. Now let's take a look here at turn 10. It's certainly inviting.
Hamilton using battery and soft tyres there to get the move done.
And Lewis says, thank you very much.
Push and hold, overtake.
Copy.
Oscar holds off Hamilton, runs him out wide. He's got him covered off as well at the moment. Here comes George.
Overtake available.
Now we're going to use our battery.
Copy.
See Valtteri scrapping away with Lawson there, trying to find a way through. Lawson gets him briefly. Bottas had the inside line, holds him off. So it's going to be a difficult race for Alonso and Ricciardo. I don't think either of them are going to be able to get points with the wing damage. Maybe Ricciardo. I doubt Alonso will. What tyres are they on right now? Alonso's tyres are destroyed as well. So yeah, Alonso's race is toast. Ricciardo also on softs. He's taken maybe a touch of tyre wear damage, but nothing too bad. Gasly gets past Stroll, having surrendered the position briefly. Lewis moves into the lead.
Still plenty of opportunities.
And now both of our drivers should pounce on the Ferrari here. And do so.
Lovely stuff.
Lovely stuff indeed.
P1. That was a nice move.
Yeah, good job. Next go, Piastri. Charge the pack.
Understood.
Recharge on.
And Lawson's now slipped down to 8th place behind Norris and behind Leclerc. Valtteri's still in 5th though. That's Sauber looking pretty pacey. We know he's got a quick top speed. They must have improved their downforce levels quite well as well. George will have a look at the inside and gets the move done. We're controlling the race right now.
Starting to see signs of some overheating.
And that's Hulkenberg and Fittipaldi coming together, and we have a safety car. Ooh. Now, that makes things interesting. So we could do that, or because we do have that extra set of softs, what we could do is something like that. Be a bit more aggressive, maybe. It's quicker. Would give us bonus stops as well, the DHL competition. Going to be a chunk of cars that do box, and we'll come out in a position where we're on a quicker compounder tyre and getting some good overtakes to get our confidence way up. I think we go with it. But what we will do is make a slight tweak so that we put the scrub set on George for his first stint, so that we can box them on different laps. George might have the pace to do 2 push laps, or 2 push sets. Yeah, we'll go with that with George. But a little bit safer with Oscar. Be a bit more flexible. Or maybe with Oscar, we'll go lap 20. We'll do that with Oscar. Alright, there we go. That way they won't trip over each other quite so much. Let's book those stops in. So we want new softs there and scrubbed softs there. And already we're seeing some pit stops.
Safety car deployed. Safety car.
Those were to be expected. So this was Hulkenberg and Fittipaldi. And it was Hulkenberg just straight into the back of Enzo.
And look at the team there. They all knew what that moment meant.
And there's going to be another broken wing.
There's a lot of debris.
There is a huge difference in tyre delta, pace-wise, between the mediums and the softs. Hulkenberg is out. He's the retirement, and he has a penalty to carry across into the next Grand Prix.
The car behind is Ocon.
This will be a good test of our double stacking. George is going to have to, no, sorry, Oscar is going to have to sit and wait for a moment. Safety car leaves the pit lane. Now, is anyone else going to follow us in? Yeah, this is what I thought. Everyone's going to box. So everyone's going to have to sit and stack. Well, every number 2 driver is going to have to sit and stack. There is a risk that Hamilton will get, Piastri will get held waiting for traffic here. 2.6, a 2.3, and that's the worry. Hamilton has got ahead of us, which I expected he would do anyway. Oh, Valtteri's got out in front of us. So is Ocon, so is Lawson. So that's not worked out well for
that's, P2.
Oscar.
Got Norris car ahead. Ocon car behind. But we need more management.
Yeah.
Okay, that's P7. P7. Next car is Bottas.
Now we're going to have a compound advantage over everyone except Valtteri in the top 10.
0.4.
Lawson, the big winner in that round of stops there, up into 4th place. We've got Stroll down in 16th, Alonso in 17th. Fittipaldi is also out. My headset's just disconnected.
Tyre temperatures are good. Tyre temperatures look good. Copy.
There we go. PlayStation Link, far less reliable than their normal
So we've
dongles.
got safety car.
On the safety car's coming in this lap.
Just
That wasn't out for
focus
very
on
long.
Getting these tyres where you need them for this restart.
Copy.
We can use the pace now.
Recharge on.
Okay, the leader is dropping back from the safety car
There
now.
we go. The field just about gets going. We've got
Reminder that overtaking is from the line.
Yeah, I thought there was a yellow flag at the end of the
Look
lap
at the
there.
Mercedes. And they just can't keep on the track.
He just
You
cuts the
really
corner.
can't do that too often with these cars.
It's a good move from Perez there, getting in front of Leclerc. Ricciardo is still in the top 10. Able to overcome the worst of that wing damage, it seems. And can he stay in the top 10? Norris has bolted. I'm content to let him go.
Just show me what you got then.
Yes, use the
He
chance
really
now.
has bolted, hasn't he? 2.5 seconds ahead now.
DRS has been
Ocon
enabled.
gets through. New fastest lap for Lando Norris.
Keep your head down.
And we're going to pick up the DRS and an overtake pretty soon on Ocon.
Gap 0.8. He has DRS.
Behavior.
Must be frustrating for Ricciardo as well after last season. to see the car suddenly this competitive. But in all likelihood, he probably wouldn't be winning many races, even if he was still with a team, because George had the pace advantage, and quite a significant pace advantage.
Overtake is available.
Yep, fine.
Oscar, you can reduce the LICO slightly.
Copy.
Outbreak Valtteri. Push him out wide. Next up, Lawson.
That's DRS.
Nearly well up the inside then. But Lawson's out of DRS range now, so this will be a breeze. There we go. The knock-on has caught and passed Norris. We're on the back of the pair of them.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery back up.
Yeah, copy.
Overtake is available.
Alright, copy that.
Okay, Oscar, recharge on.
More lift and coast.
Charge the pack.
Yeah, agree.
Your recharge on is good. Recharge on, please.
Battery's not dropping back either. He is there on merit. And Alonso now down in last place. Stroll not far ahead. Ricciardo has now dropped out of the top 10, and that might be it for Ricciardo's chances of points today. Does have that hole in his rear wing. Is going to prove problematic. DRS does not open anymore. You can see him just dropping back on the straights. Look, does not have the speed. We've got past Hamilton.
Use the overtake button.
Let's see what happened there. Now we're approaching turn 2.
Hamilton
There's
covering the
the
inside.
opening.
We go around the outside at turn 1.
Closer and closer to that podium. Now in 4th place.
And we get the DRS as well. Beautiful.
And that is P4, Oscar.
Next car is Russell.
Car behind you is Hamilton.
Russell's tyres could do with cooling down just a little bit.
Very good. Okay.
We'll cool lock on Piastri's down when he gets onto the back of George. Just so they don't burn out quicker than planned. We've broken away from Hamilton, who's going to come under pressure from Lawson now. Both Haas are now in the top 8. They really have benefited from that double stop under the safety car.
Overheating.
Coming.
Recharge on.
And that is Lawson getting through. Hamilton had the inside line. Looks like he's held him off. He has, just.
Copy.
Remember recharge.
How's the tyre?
Tyre feels okay.
We have a 4-car breakaway. And I am surprised at Ferrari struggling pace at the moment.
Copy.
Oscar thinking about a look. He'll just stay behind for a moment.
Yeah, he did get DRS.
Yeah, understood.
If you could just give us tyre feedback.
Temps are coming down. The wear rate's improving. We are close to being dropped. Let's just
Happy
push
to
the
use
tyres
tyre
again.
more now.
Recharge on.
The front two are pushing. They're going to try and break away from us.
Overtake available.
A lot of drivers start swapping places.
Let's get into the tyre cooling, please.
Yeah, copy. Copy.
We don't need to take any risks.
Okay.
Piastri just on the edge of peak. We can get George back up there pretty soon as well. Very soon. The very next corner. Oh no, wait. I had them the wrong way round. I was looking at the wrong driver. So, yeah, Oscar into peak confidence. George loses a chunk. but he'll gain it back in a moment. And Hamilton leading a train from 5th down to 12th, with Sainz about 2.5 away.
Let's go flat out.
Big jump there for George.
He has DRS.
Oscar's going to retake that place from him. Or not. Not going to use the battery until we box George. So letting it build up. Oscar's going to run a few laps longer.
We're ready for you.
Come
This time it's George who's going to pick up the DRS.
We want good pace.
Just give us some feedback on the time.
2 more laps to go after this one for George, so we can go full attack now.
Okay, so let's just get head down now.
Oscar just seems to be that little bit better in the wheel to wheel. And look how close the field still is. Alonso's sort of way off because of that wing damage, but the rest of the field's still pretty close.
Yeah, copy. There's only so much I can do.
Keep your head down.
And Ocon has broken away from Norris, and now both of our drivers are in range.
Make sure we get the pack back.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Right, so that's a full battery now, George. Valtteri peels into the pits.
Copy.
We are ready for you.
It's going to come out behind Tsunoda, but should come out in front of Alonso.
Copy.
Pack is high.
Another set of softs. If Valtteri's doing the same as us. Hamilton's back in front of Lawson and it's closing in on us.
Has DRS.
George can't find a way through at the moment.
Good tyre and plan update.
Front left struggling a bit. My feeling is we don't have a pace.
Recharge on.
Overtake is available.
Yeah, copy. Yeah, copy.
Is this patch 1.09? Yes, it is.
Yeah, we saw that. Charge the pack.
Copy.
Yeah, copy. Starting to see signs of some overheating.
We have a yellow flag. Is this going to be a safe? No, it's gone already. Look, someone just running a little wide, maybe.
Now we can
Lock up
see
for
what
Teo.
happened. Now this happens down at turn 8.
I was like, are we going to get a safety car right as we're about to stop, or a VSC?
The wheels
No,
just
is
lock
the
up
answer,
there.
unfortunately.
What caused that?
Hamilton's trying to find his way through. He's got a fair bit of life left in those mediums. We are going to get an undercut. Oh crap, I didn't box your... Oh, damn it. Forgot to program in the pit stop.
So, box.
Yes, box.
Stupid.
We box this lap,
Copy. Box.
Bad stop for Max. And a bad stop for Van Dorn as well.
And down in the pits. Oh, that's a slow one.
Oscar gets the move done on his teammate.
Yeah, okay.
P2. One more lap to the pits. And then comes George. Lawson boxing from behind us as well. .5 being held for Lawson.
Yeah, just keep an eye on your mirrors.
Decent stop. In comes Logan Sargent, back on the grid this year. That's a pretty good stop from Alpine.
Currently in P12.
We're out in front of Valtteri.
Car ahead. Gap ahead, 1.8. Bottas behind. Gap was 1.1.
And Oscar's coming in at the end of this lap.
Happy to drop, lift and coast.
Coming.
Leclerc's found a bit of pace as well. He's catching the back of this little train now.
Coming.
Maybe it was just being stuck in traffic. And now that he's not got any traffic, he can actually start pushing forward.
We are P2. Car ahead is Ocon. Car behind is Lando. 0.4.
Going to the pits for Oscar, and Norris is following us in. So this will be a head-to-head fight with McLaren. It's a good stop. Oh, it's a bad stop for Oscar. It's a really bad stop for Oscar.
Sorry for
He's
that.
going to come out way behind George now. And behind Valtteri. George did manage to get out in front of Norris, who had to brake very heavily and lost some ground there, lost a bit of momentum.
Next car is Bottas.
George into peak confidence. There is Ricciardo, our former teammate. That'd be a pretty straightforward overtake.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
Copy. So we'll have coasting out of turn 13.
New fastest lap for George Russell. We've got past Valtteri. And we're making a move on Norris. Here we go. Oscar's through, both of our drivers at peak confidence.
If this continues like this, I'm going to be an overtake.
Oh, Stroll held us off. Well, we'll get him here. Yeah, beautiful. And Oscar doing the same to Ricardo behind.
Yeah, he did get DRS.
So just increased Lyco.
And Ocon boxes. Now, have we done enough to undercut Ocon? It was a few seconds ahead of us. Good stop. Soft tyres for him as well. Perez boxes. One less car for us to have to worry about on track.
That's a good lap. That's a good lap.
George is through.
Charge on.
Oscar's right behind him. And that's a yellow flag.
Been a fairly big accident in turn 2.
Debris on the main straight.
Zhou Guan Yu is the focus here. Now there's an inviting opportunity there. The car's coming together right there.
Oh,
And
just
as we
clipped
are,
by the
you've
Sauber
gotta
Perez,
that the
I think.
stewards are watching this back
And that just tipped him
deciding what
slightly
action to
into
take.
Sainz. I think it's Sainz.
And not much that the team.
No, it's Porsche. So Zhou has some damage, Perez has some damage. And this is your top 3 here on paper. Gasly, Hamilton and Leclerc all still to stop. Norris and P4 behind us. And that is Leclerc coming in. Solid stop for Ferrari. Gasly coming in as well. That moves him out of the way. Where will Leclerc come out? New fastest lap for Lando Norris. Ocon just gets ahead of George.
Keep your head down. So I've got Piastri's car behind.
And Leclerc has come out 4 seconds behind Norris. Hamilton will come out even further behind. And is probably going to stop this lap.
Overtake available.
Okay.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Copy.
Into the final sector for Lewis. Alonso's in and comes out 30 seconds now behind Stroll. He will take. In comes Hamilton. This will drop him to at least P6, I think. Good stop. It'll be close with Valtteri, actually. I think Valtteri might just pip him. Ricardo in. There's Valtteri. There's Lawson. So Hamilton out in 7th place.
Yeah, copy.
Norris is lurking.
Understood.
And Ocon is sprinting.
Recharge on.
Doing a good job on tyres currently.
Yeah, that Red Bull is very, very quick. We have the best car on paper, but that's taking into account tyre wear and engine cooling, where we are clearly the best in the field.
Recharge on.
In terms of straight pace, the Red Bull is quicker than us. We have some battery of our own to spend. We'll close that gap down in a minute.
We have overtake available.
Copy.
And when you can, feedback on your tyres.
Tyres are holding quite well at the moment.
Starting to see signs of some overheating.
And recharge on. Copy.
Gap 0.8, he has DRS.
Lando has DRS.
Yeah. Recharge on.
Copy.
Use deploy.
Copy.
And a leapfrog Oscar back in front so we can start rebuilding George again. Also going to drop George's tyres down while he's in that dirty air.
So as much tyre cooling as you can manage, please.
Copy.
Charge the pack.
Now we've taken some time out of Ocon and pulled away from Lando.
And reminder for the recharge button.
Yeah. Copy.
car is monstrously better than it was last year. We can get those next upgrades out quickly to finish off the B spec. So a new front wing, new underfloor, and a new is it suspension? We haven't started the suspension yet, I think. We'll do the suspension first. It's out of the 3 parts. That's the one that needs the work. The underfloor and the front wing, at least at the beginning of the year, were best on the grid. That might have changed since January 1st.
Overtake will be available.
Yeah, Roger.
So Norris car behind. Gap 1.2.
Copy.
Past half distance.
Yeah, copy.
Tyre wear still looks good for George. Don't have to worry about that for a while.
Behind 1.9.
Yeah, copy.
So Piastri next car. Gap 0.9.
And a heads up that there will be more Empire of the Ants from tomorrow. There's been a few days since our previous part was released, but I recorded another 3 parts earlier today, so first one of those will drop tomorrow.
That's currently P3. So next car will be Piastri. Gap 0.5. So Norris behind. Gap behind 2.8.
Copy.
Valtteri's in again. That's medium, so it's mediums to the end for Valtteri. It's going to come out all the way 19th. Definitely lost some performance since he's dropped out of the train of the cars up front.
So Oscar, we are currently P2. Car ahead is Ocon.
It's not going to be long now, mate.
Car behind Lando.
Take a look at Ocon's tyres. Oh, they are being pushed about the same as George's, so he might be going for a set of mediums then for his final set of tyres. And we'll have the compound advantage if he does that, because we've got softs coming for our next stint for both drivers. We did promise a 1-2
How's the tyre?
with Oscar beating George.
Feel okay.
So we are going to have to force a team order finish in the running order. Otherwise we lose about $600,000. Luckily no contract bonuses this time around. Now that Ricciardo's no longer in the team, he won't be nibbling away of our payouts. There's no bonus for George, no bonus for Oscar. I think paid enough. Well, Oscar, particularly on that 20 million a year salary that we're giving him.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
Probably slightly overpaid for him there, but we've got him on a long-term 5-year deal. We are going to make him a world champion.
Next car is Russell. There's still opportunities here.
And recharge should be on.
Copy.
Overtaking is very, very difficult.
Deep breath, you're going to be okay.
Recharge on.
Yep, copy.
We can have recharge on now.
Yep, copy.
Alright, so 2 more laps for George. Push his tyres flat out now.
Okay, let's see what you got then.
Norris is in. That's earlier than I thought. I didn't even think to check about Lando. He's normally so good on his tyres. He's going softs.
Next car is Russell.
Right.
Well done.
Are they brand new softs? Or are they worn softs?
There are opportunities ahead. And Oscar, the pack is good.
They are brand new.
Copy.
And Leclerc is hunting us down. Ever since he got out of that traffic, he has definitely been the quicker of the 2 Ferraris. Hamilton 5 seconds behind him now.
Next car is Russell. Still plenty of opportunities.
Focus on recharge. Copy.
Box.
So we're looking at what, lap 42 for Oscar.
Recharge on. Copy.
Pack is high.
Copy.
car, John.
Copy.
In comes Max from P16. He's going to have a miserable season this year, based on where that Williams is right now, or at least where his Williams is. Gasly's doing well.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
We'll have a little undercut here on Ocon. A couple of laps maybe.
Plug behind. Get behind 2.0. Keep your head down.
.4.
Just keep an eye on your mirrors.
Could be good. We'll see. We'll come out behind Norris. We're going to beat Perez to the pits. Yes, we are. Into turn 1.
So currently P8. So Norris is the next car. Gap ahead at 1.4.
Put some ease into these tyres. We'll go for a fastest lap with George at the end of this lap. And then we'll probably just ease his tyres down a notch into light blue. For a few laps.
Just stay close to him. So happy to drop, lift and coast.
Yeah, agree.
And Oscar is catching Esteban there. Got down to 1.5 seconds.
Car ahead is Ocon. 1.5. Plenty to play for.
Let's go hunting with George.
Car behind is Perez.
Sergeant boxes from 10th place. And I don't know if we got the DRS on Norris or not, because he was so close to Gasly. We did. I think this fastest lap's a bust. Yeah, it's a bust.
Charge the pack.
Yeah, copy.
So we'll wait. Try and find another
George, we still
opportunity.
need to increase the
Oscar now right on the back of Ocon.
Yep, fine.
Leclerc's probably going to box this lap.
Perez is the car behind. Gap behind now, 4.2 to Perez. Let's push and get past him.
Get past Norris. Lose a little bit of space.
Copy.
That's Leclerc coming out on new softs. But we've got past Gasly. It's George maxed on his confidence now. That's Perez. It does need to stop again. Russell now going hunting on Lawson. Purple in the first. We'll get the DRS here on Lawson as well.
Car behind is Hamilton.
And we get the move done before we hit the hairpin as well. Beautiful. Knock on sprinting before he boxes. There he goes. George Purple in the middle. Been a really good lap for George. He will jump Esteban, but only just. In goes Hamilton.
You are the fastest man on track. And if you can just cool the tyres as much as you can.
There we go. Ocon has brand new soft tyres. Hamilton also has brand new softs. Ricardo leaves the pits. Who is lapped right now? Anybody? No, not yet. But Alonso's close. He's going to have to stop soon as well, so he's definitely going to get lapped. Oscar's going to have some work to do to catch back up, and we do need him to win the race. Ocon's closing down George.
So we need to make sure we stay ahead of him.
Let's see what pace you can do.
It's going to be tricky holding Ocon back. Here we go.
Currently P2. Next car, Piastri.
He's got us.
So Ocon car behind. So let's just keep these tyres in good condition.
Copy.
Okay, buddy, let's see what we've got.
Copy.
You know, I wonder. What is quicker? Oh yeah, 4 seconds quicker. A lot quicker. 8 seconds. There we go. That's our strategy for Oscar then. We'll box him on the at the end of the next lap, and then put him on full attack on those mediums.
Okay.
We're probably going to come out behind Norris with Oscar here.
Gap ahead, 0.7.
It's about 25 seconds, I think. Maybe a little less. What's it say here? 23 seconds. So, yeah, we'll come out behind Norris, but ahead of Lawson and Hamilton. Hamilton down in 7th.
And we're happy with that level of management.
But closing on the back of Lawson.
So happy to push now.
Knock-on's tyres now only slightly better than George's. It's down to less than 10 seconds to Ocon now. There he is. No, that's Alonso. There is Ocon. You're saying that's a lot less than 10 seconds. Hamilton gets through up into 6th place.
Oscar below.
And we have a yellow flag. 2.4. Not a bad stop. Oh, Hamilton spins.
Now we're with Lewis Hamilton here. And then the car just goes.
Oh, that's a really
And
weird
ultimately,
spin.
Just unable to bring the car under control.
Very good stuff. That's P5.
We never went
So,
through the
ahead
patch
of
notes,
you
did we?
is
Let's go through those now, quickly.
It. 15 laps to go.
So obviously we've already gone through the changes that were introduced for patch 1.09, but there are some bug fixes that are thrown in as well. We'll go through those now. So, stability and performance. Prevented saves, and this you're going to like, Dino. Prevented saves reaching critical file size, leading to corruption on consoles. In cases where there is a risk of save file corruption, additional protections have been implemented. The option to restart season will be removed in order to mitigate this risk. Now let's put Oscar onto full attack mode there. What else have they changed?
Copy.
In case from that one, fixed crash that could occur during processing. Fixed a crash that could occur when confirming sponsor plans in quick succession. Fixed a crash that could occur at the end of the Australian Grand Prix during a long play session. Not seen that one. Improved performance when Team HQ background is present. That's for the Nintendo Switch only. So one for you there, Tony. Finances. Fixed occurrences of mandatory activities not paying out at the end of the sponsor period. That's good, because that caught us out last year. No, the year before last, end of season 1. Fixed occurrence of the DHL fastest pit stop prize money not being paid. Fixed occurrence of cost to break contracts not being charged. So that's probably why we managed to get Piastri for cheap. Because there was no break contract cost in that. Updated finances help screen to reflect monthly payment structure for board and prize money. Contracts and hiring. They've fixed Hamilton not going to Ferrari at the start of season 2. So there have been some save files where Hamilton broke his contract with Ferrari and either went back to Mercedes or went somewhere else. That's now never going to happen. He's always going to go to Ferrari at the end of season 1 now. Added positive and negative opinion considerations to the driver and staff contract negotiation process. Updated email content when players, staff or drivers are approached by other teams. That could be useful. (131.8). Just slower than Russell getting the fastest lap. And I'm okay with that because we are telling Russell he does have to give up the place to Oscar tonight.
Just keep on top of that management.
Fix counter offer reminder email not sending when counter offer is received and left unresponded on day of deadline. Fix staff changes email displaying incorrect contract info. Fixed accept contract email displaying incorrect cost to hire. Fixed team roster update email including incorrect contract info. Fixed staff poached emails displaying contract length as 0.
There's still opportunities here.
Fixed incoming or missing cost to break contract for immediate start dates. Fix the empty reaction window when a contract offer results in a negative reaction. Team management. Fixed one for the future achievement not being awarded after signing an affiliate with an offer deadline of 7 days. Improved AI regulation voting logic.
Recharge on is good.
Fixed car performance overall ranking not aligning with individual attribute rankings. So maybe our car wasn't the worst on the grid last year. Maybe it was just a bug showing us the wrong information. We had 9 seconds to catch up. Where are we? Fixed engineers not returning after the design center fire dilemma. Fixed engineer increase not applying correctly after design center improvement email. Fixed best driver position in end of season board review not considering drivers who left during the season. I never even thought of that. Fixed an issue where an affiliate driver could be selected for both cars. Not seen that. For the race weekend, players will now see the results page after simulating a sprint session. We've never simulated sprint, so I didn't know that was an issue. Fixed incorrect classification of drivers who DNF on the last lap ahead of other lapped cars. Good. Fixed driver and constructor standings shown during race weekend, not including previous sprint race points. So that is these standings here. We've had instances, especially a few days ago, last week, where we were seeing incorrect point values here. So that's now been fixed. Good. I kind of gave up using that tab. What else? A fixed driver entering pits at end of flying lap when taking manual control during qualifying. That caught us out on a number of occasions last season. That was really frustrating. Oscar is not lapping quick enough. I'm a little concerned.
Overtake is available. Just reduce your speed.
Fixed fastest lap up being awarded to a driver who retires on lap 1. Not seen that one before. Fixed track acclimatization resetting to 0 after loading a mid-session save. I've not seen that one before either. Fixed loss of focus when navigating to the car setup during qualifying. Yes, seen that before. Fixed timing tower losing coloured border after opening menus during a yellow or red flag event. Fixed the data view snapping to the top when scrolling down during a race. I think that's a PC issue.
Gap 1.4.
Fixed affiliate drivers having no position shown in their driver panel after setting lap times in practice. Fixed full screen map briefly showing blurry textures. Fixed rear lights on cars not turning on during a race. Fixed cars sometimes appearing to not touch the track. Yeah, I have noticed that on a couple of circuits. Still not really lapping quick enough. That's a bit better. 1:33.9. What I want to do is get George in front, get him driving defensively again, slow down Ocon. Fixed creator team cars clipping through safety car. Yes, we've seen that a lot. You know, usually in season 1 we're at the end of the pit lane. Circuits where it's a tight pit lane like Miami, you often see him just driving through the through the safety car. It's always been a bit of an immersion killer, seeing that.
Charge the pack.
Yeah.
Flat out.
So we roll.
And then onto the circuits at Albert Park. They've fixed cars driving over the curb on pit entry. Haven't seen anything about them fixing the DRS though. Still at Albert Park, which seems like it should be an easy fix. Austin, Cota, they have adjusted car speed out of the pit lane and into turn 1, so they shouldn't now do those turbo slingshots out of the pits, which is good because that was just ridiculous. They would suddenly just pull out 2.5 seconds going round turn 1.
Ocon has DRS.
Come on, hold him off, hold him off. There you go, good lad, good lad.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Mexico, fixed missing and incorrectly positioned cars in team garages. Vegas, fixed incorrectly placed second DRS zone. Monaco, fixed rare instance of safety car blocking the pit exit. Shanghai, fixed incorrect pit lane marker. Suzuka, fixed the possibility of cars going through the barrier on turn 2. Creator team, improved balance when randomized generated staff. When randomizing generated staff when beginning a new creator team career. Fixed color livery model color not being consistent with the color selected in the UI. I have seen the change to that. When I was playing around with setting up the new livery, I noticed that some colours look very, very dark. As Lawson steals the fastest lap away from us there. What did he do? A 1:31.5. I don't think I can get that back for a while. Keep an eye on that. What else has been fixed? Fixed incorrect starting budget being displayed for Your Story Origin. Never done any of the specials, so not seen that one being an issue. Fixed incorrectly categorized livery sponsors. That we have seen in, the position of where they are on the car. They've moved them into the right categories. That's good. Remove duplicate team name header from the team branding menu. Remove the undo button when no changes are present to undo. Didn't even know there was an undo button. Presentation. Fix Charles Leclerc's career history not showing for 2022 and 2023. Fix Jack Doohan's career history not showing for 22. Same for Iwasa. Fixed incorrect race distance listed for Las Vegas and Qatar in the circuit screen. Fixed the monthly affiliates development email not showing affiliates signed in the previous season. Fixed missing text in Design Center improvement email. Fixed the season's remaining value showing -1 in the mid-season board review. Fixed engine cooling not being displayed as a negative effect of side pod and chassis damage. Fixed cancelled projects still incrementing the part number. Various UI improvements to the facilities screen, various corrections to the string and formatting, and updated race replay difficulty indicators as well. So quite a lot of bug fixes also out with this patch. But still, no word as to whether they've fixed the DRS at Albert Park. We shall find out in a couple of days when we go there ourselves. George doing a wonderful job here, holding up Ocon, frustrating him. Piastri is now just 3.5 seconds behind and closing at 2 seconds a lap, thanks to George's defensive driving there.
How's the tyre?
Tyre feels okay.
If we had a second and third, for example, then I wouldn't be sabotaging Russell quite so badly. I would still probably have held up Ocon just to allow Piastri to get close, and then I would just let Russell run off away with the win. But because he's the number one car, we do have to make sure that it's Oscar who finishes in first.
Okay, Leclerc is the car behind.
Once again, George trying to hold him off. This time Ocon does get through. But we've done some serious damage to Ocon's tyres by overheating them. They're down to 44% while we were protecting ours. So we've built up a really good grip advantage there. We will try and push for the fastest lap again if we can, but rather make sure, if it comes to it, that we at least guarantee our sponsors. It's a bit more important. Evening, Cloud. Joined us very late tonight.
This is good.
George again gets in front of Ocon and frustrates him. And the gap is now 1.6 seconds. It's fine, Cloud. You just missed most of the stream. I mean, obviously you'll be able to watch the replay if you want to. We have got a good car. Yes, we have.
Use overtake.
Yeah.
Recharge on.
Cover.
Overtake available. Let's give it everything now.
You like the Martini livery? It's proving to be quite popular. There we go. Just made sure that Ocon can't get the DRS. Oh yeah, very strong driver lineup.
Coming.
Piastri's slightly better than George, but it's very, very close. And that will change, I think, depending on the circuit as well.
Oscar, suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
Yep. Copy.
Use overtake.
Copy.
4 laps remaining.
Yeah, copy.
Lovely stuff.
Good job, good job.
Okay, next car is Russell. Next car is Russell.
Yeah, there was an early safety car. Everyone jumped in and boxed early. We converted onto a 3-stop, as did most of the grid.
And if we could just do a little bit more lift and coast.
Coming.
See if we can get the fastest lap back with Oscar. I don't think we can. We'll have another crack at it with George.
Happy to drop lift and coast.
Copy. And recharge on, recharge on.
3 laps to go.
Okay, personal best for George.
Copy.
We'd really watch from George's perspective, shouldn't we? I'd like him to get the fastest lap, seeing as we're sacrificing him. No improvement in the middle. I think Lawson might have stolen it for good, you know. Look at the gap between Norris and Hamilton now, 18.5 seconds. And Leclerc, 11.5 seconds behind Ocon. Ferraris are not as quick as I was expecting them to be at this stage.
2 laps to go.
And we did not get the fastest lap.
And we'll be cooling the tyres.
Coming.
It was only a 1:32.1, yeah, not even close. So Lawson is going to keep the fastest lap, by the look of it.
Firm positions.
Yep.
Thank you.
George, not pleased being told to give up the win. It's just understandable.
Currently still on plan.
I do wonder what he actually said there. So, after playing catch up through the second and third stints, we have got back to the front, and in the end, we are going to be quite comfortable. But we had to help out a little bit there with George slowing down Ocon and cooking Ocon's tyres in the dirty air as well. They're down to just 33% now. That was absolutely crucial.
Copy.
Charge the pack.
Copy.
Now we'll just bring the car home. It will be a debut win for Oscar. And I had every intention of letting him fight until I remembered that Oscar had to finish first because of the sponsors. You know, otherwise George would have won this race. His strategy worked out better. Because we did change things up a little bit. We went long on that middle stint for Oscar. George got a very healthy undercut and was able to just look after his tyres.
Oscar, tyre update when you can.
It's still okay.
Well, we're going to kick off the season with a 1-2.
Great job, Oscar. Woo! Well done, everyone. Very nicely done, everyone.
And look after the fuel on the in lap.
And the winner today, it's Oscar Piastri.
There'll be celebrations tonight after a performance like that. They've done themselves and the team proud.
So you've taken the checkered flag.
A strong second place for Russell.
So that's P2.
Come on, guys. Morning, guys.
Should have been P1
Good job,
and
mate.
would have been had it not been for sponsor requirements. But still, very, very pleased with the pace of both of our drivers tonight. We should theoretically go even better tomorrow when we go to Jeddah. Melbourne will be an interesting race, though. Melbourne always throws up, you know, some strange results. It is third place for Esteban Ocon. Charles Leclerc, the defending champion, kicks off his season with a fourth place and quite a way off as well in the end. 19 seconds off the lead. Then it's Lando Norris who will finish in fifth place. Hamilton, a very distant 40 seconds off of Oscar in the end. Sainz will take seventh. Gasly will take eighth. Valtteri Bottas will hold on for ninth place. And Zhou, who struggled so much last year, gets a point in the opening Grand Prix, helped with a little bit of the carnage from other drivers. Sargent, on his return to the grid, will get P11 as well.
Now, wasn't it an excellent showing from Oscar Piastri?
An inspired strategy from the team there. What a well-deserved win that was.
It's hugs all round for the team. In fact, they all deserve a pat on the back as well for everything that they've achieved. With such a strong performance from Piastri, there's no denying that he's earned that place on the podium today.
It gets even better for the team, with both drivers scoring a podium finish this weekend.
Oh, not a strangely mixed bag.
And we've certainly kicked things off in style here at the Bahrain Grand Prix.
I'm going to make some changes to the colour scheme on the overalls. Change the red for blue. It'll look better, I think.
Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
I doubt they could be much happier. A win and a podium place. What a great way to round out the weekend.
And that is about that for this weekend's action here in Bahrain.
The teams now look ahead to the next round, where they'll duel it out in the sand dunes of Saudi Arabia.
So then, confirmation of the final result for the opening Grand Prix of Season 3. We get, in the end, quite a nice little 1-2, although we did have to do some very, very defensive driving with George to pull that off. Ocon, as I said, takes third, with Leclerc fourth, Norris fifth, Hamilton in sixth. Look at Sainz up 14 places. Mercedes getting seventh there and 6 points. That's a great result for them. Gasly up 7 places for eighth. Valtteri hanging on for ninth place, 2 points to kick off Sauber's season in the very first race. That is going to be big for them. Zhou, as I said, worst driver on the grid in terms of results last year, and is able to get off the mark straight away. And Logan Sargent, on his return to the grid after a year's absence, gets P11, just under 3/10 away from a point of his own. Porsche takes 12th place, so both Mercedes making some gains there. Tsunoda in 13th, ahead of Max in 14th. Stroll down 4 places into 15th. Very bad race for him. Lawson down 9 places into 16th, but did get the fastest lap as some kind of consolation. Ricciardo, his car hit very, very early on. Broken rear wing meant he was never really going to challenge for points. He ends up in 17th. Perez with damage in his car in 18th. Van Dorn in 19th. Fernando Alonso with his car absolutely ruined very early on. That sees him finish in 20th. And 2 retirements as Nico Hulkenberg and Enzo Fittipaldi came together, with Nico locking his brakes and slamming into the back of Fittipaldi, bringing out that early safety car. So, driver standings, it's Oscar from George, then Ocon, Leclerc, Norris, Hamilton, Sainz, Gasly, Valtteri and Zhou, same as the finish order. In the constructor standings, 43 points for Martini Brabham. We are now sitting 23 points clear of Ferrari after the first round there. 5 points gap further back to Red Bull. McLaren in fourth with 10. Then it's Mercedes from Williams, Sauber from Alpine, RB, Haas, and Aston Martin on 0 points. And we did not get on the board at all for the pit stops. Ooh, wow, look at that. The slowest time, Teo Porcher's 2.28. Our best time was a 2.35 for Oscar and a 2.46 for George. One mistake as well, an early release error, costing us an extra 4 and a bit seconds. So, yeah, not the greatest start in the DHL competition for us there, unfortunately. McLaren lead with 33 points from Ferrari on 28. Then Mercedes with 16. Alpine with 12. RB with 6. Red Bull with 6. And then we are in 8th place behind Sauber, but ahead of Williams, Aston Martin, and Haas. And we do now have all 11 cars showing in the DHL. So they fixed that as well, which they didn't mention. That's good, because that used to drive me crazy. 685,416 per driver gives us 1.37 mil. Very nice. Let's go back to HQ. And before I forget to do it, let's go into the team branding. Let's start off fixing the driver suits. So, I think if we go... There, you see the blue has changed. It's now really dark. Need to brighten that up. I think 35 is going to be it now, to match that blue. That's part of the colour changes that they talked about. MMOX, we'll leave them with their default colour. We will change Aptrid to the new blue colour. There we go. But I think I'll change the M-MOX here, maybe. Let's see what it looks like in blue. Yeah, I think we'll do that on the front, and then we'll leave it yellow on the sides, or the orangey yellow on the sides. So that's the front done. Let's change the Vansana group on the neck. Might make it easier to see as well. A little bit, make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, there we go. Moving on to the back. Oh yeah, that definitely looks better. There we go. And then for the sleeves, change color. And same for the gloves as well. Again, that should make it a bit easier to read. Let's see if we can make it a little bit bigger as well. Go to 150. Okay, so we'll apply changes and save. For the car, I did say I wanted your feedback. What do you think? Leaving the M-MOX where it is, or moving it off the stripes and putting it sort of here, shrinking it down a little bit, and then moving the Henrik. Put the Henrik there on the side pods like that. What do you think? Better or worse? Feel like an optician. 1 or 2? 1 or 2? Better or worse? About the same. I think it looks a little cleaner like that. Not sure about the Henrik logo being where it is though. Maybe shrink it down a little bit to 50%. Let's see what that looks like. It looks squashed. Any feedback from you guys at all? I'm waiting to see if anyone's got any opinions. The other option, actually, for the Henrik would be put it up here underneath the Aptrid. Put it at 70. Do that. do a double sponsor on the engine cowl at the top there. Too busy in that area, or not? I think we'll leave it like that for now. You can always go back, I suppose. I'll save this as a different Martini logo. Where's the old one? I can overwrite. There it is. Need to change the colour of the and the sponsor there as well. It's not them. Oh, Ferro's on the car still. Who do we put up there? Maybe Euro. No, not Euro. We're going to lose too much of it, I think. Yeah. Okay, so let's put Bansana up there instead then. Dinner. Yeah. That works. And then we also need to replace Ferro, because Ferro's not on the car anymore either. And we can put maybe a mini Martini there. Try that in white in the next race. Alright, to the front wing. Make these no sponsors a little easier to read. Will go back to their default colour for MMOX though. In the same way that Shell always has its own colour scheme. They are my equivalent of Shell. Oh, wait, that's the front wing, isn't it? Yeah, that needs to be white. I do quite like the split colour of the Euro wire on the front wing. And the rear wing. Change these vultures. There we go. So there we go. Slightly refreshed. Livery and overalls. Lovely stuff. And that is where we're going to end it for tonight. We'll do some exploring of some of the other bits and bobs when we come back tomorrow. It's been a long one tonight. But yeah, great start. Great start to the season. Can we sustain it, though? That is the question. We know how good some of the other teams are in terms of their engineering staff. We still have rubbish facilities. So at some point in the season, they should start to catch us up. But hopefully we can at least get a lot of good points early in the season, take some of the pressure off. And then when we come back tomorrow, we'll be heading to Saudi Arabia to go through some of the other little changes. We'll start looking at how the scout reports now look. We'll dive into some of the other little tweaks that they've made. And obviously, we'll go to Jeddah and do round 2 as well. That'll be at the usual time, 8 p.m. for that. And of course, Empire of the Ants will return tomorrow with the next part of our story playthrough there. So do keep an eye out for that as well. I hope you have enjoyed tonight's race. If you have, please do consider dropping a like on the stream. If you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing as well. And I will see you all for some more F1 Manager very soon.